She will feel like the world is against her in that regard, Christie. That ball dropped at the last moment. It might have caught the service box. But either way, dominant consolidation for Emma Wilson of the break back. Might just put her in the driver's seat of this first set now. Very telling game upcoming for Christie. Still to come today, ahead of the women's singles final, not before midday. The men's semi-finals will take place on courts 3 and 4. 18-year-old Louis Bowden to take on number 2 seed Josh Paris. Top seed Harry Wendelken to face Joseph Newman-Billington. So Bowden and Paris will await the conclusion of the match on court 3, where Millie Rajecki is up a 6-1 set on Heidi Kernken and has the opening game of the second set. Christie serving to stay in the opening set. Now smart with the slice. That first point is so important, and particularly after the way the tide has turned. 2 games on the trot for Wilson from 4-3 and a breakdown. You can understand the shot choice from Christie, looking to get Wilson moving, but at 30 love up, she might ask herself if it was necessary. The slice and strike doing the job so far. She's anticipating that wide serve to the forehand now, Wilson. And the train has derailed for Christie since that missed drop shot. It has betrayed her. Perilous situation now, this break point for Emma Wilson. There's simultaneously a set point opportunity. But Christie brings some of her best forehand strikes in the face of it. And just from the way she's bent over there, you can see that took an extra little bit out of her, but it was necessary. Still with the chance to survive. And her depth of options, if she can survive this game, you feel might still make her the favourite to come out on top in this set. High level return from Wilson, but then had to adjust to the backhand slice that has made her uncomfortable out here today. And here she comes, Freya. Christie levels up. And this wrestling match continues on court one. Breaks of serve have been seen. Missed break point opportunities have also been witnessed. How costly might that one be for Wilson? Freya, Christie stepped up in the face of it. Can she step up again? And Wilson's turn to get rattled. Not easy out here. And she might want to take that return back, Christie. Obviously she can't. But it's obvious how she's been able to get under Wilson's skin with that survival in the previous game. Really wants to make her feel it at this point, make her play balls. You can sense a fair amount of support here for Christie, given that she is somewhat local, able to stay at home in Nottingham this week. And they've seen a lot of her with her previous successes here. Mum Carol, watching courtside, was here yesterday as well. Not sure any of her three brothers are in the building though. a particular culture shock, this freezing weather for Christie, having just spent multiple weeks out in Dubai, where brother Jermaine lives, or Jay as he's better known. That is well handled by Emma Wilson. She was visibly rattled at the beginning of that game, and she channeled those emotions into her tennis, made use of them. Not for the first time in this set. Freya Christie on the break. There's been little to call between the pair. At times it has felt that Christie has that slightly better anticipation, slightly more options in her game. But then Wilson will get her positioning up and land a few big strikes and look equally well in contention again. Obviously have to factor in the fact that Christie's not feeling at 100%, so movement is going to be something of a struggle with those stomach spasms that she's been dealing with. But all in all, a well-contested set from both players. And it's not easy to say what will be the separating factor. Could it be the scoreboard? Will Christie finally feel the weight of it? She had to save a set point in her previous service game. She'll look to avoid the same situation here. I believe balls unchanged after 9 games and 11 games here at the British Tour Masters. So fresh balls for Christie to serve with might not be the best thing, might upset her rhythm. Let's see. Equally could upset Emma Wilson's rhythm with those balls springing a bit more fresh out of the can. So Christie has to really utilise the serve and make sure that that ball doesn't come back to cause her trouble. See, that's a ball that Wilson may well not have missed if we hadn't seen that ball change. It's flying a little bit differently. She's got to make different adjustments and rediscover the rhythm that she's built up. Well, it had to happen. with how hotly contested this opening set has been, it deserved a tiebreak. Something has to separate the two, and it will be this. A strong start could be enough. And it will be the stronger start for Christie. You could see how the intensity just went up a notch from both players there. Kept her cool as that ball came back. Heart must have been in her mouth, Christie, as she went for placement over power. But she had Wilson hooked well off the side of the court. Slide it down the line was enough. Mini break has disappeared, but she's kept it on serve. It's not her natural pattern of playing Wilson, and you've got to respect that she's looking at different options to make Christie uncomfortable. But I think she herself was too uncomfortable with that exchange. Christie recovers the mini break. And this time she backs it up and backs herself. And that is key. Has the daylight on the scoreboard heading into the change of ends. And there's plenty of that for Millie Rajecki over on court 3. Leads by a set and 5-1 now. The first of the men's semi-finals about to get underway between Harry Wendelken and Joseph Newman-Billington. And she's just pulling away now, Christie, at 5-2. It's 1 mini break. But it feels like more. Oh, she gets it done. That was essential from Wilson. That truly keeps her alive in this tiebreak. Now this gets interesting. And Christie still with the mini break. But she can get tight. And it's the finest of margins between the pair now. A couple of serves for it. But one slip and Wilson will be right back in it. This point to give her the couple of set point opportunities would be particularly valuable. Just develop a little bit of breathing room. Serious scrambling from Christie, but Wilson had herself in pole position. Cool as a cucumber. And that's the situation on the scoreboard that Christie would have been dreading when Wilson held her service points. Momentum shift. 3 points on the trot for Wilson. Last gasp effort from Wilson, and it was going to be tough off the back of the slice. On the stretch, having to get down to the ball, just lacked control. That felt like a must-hold point for Christie, and she got it. She saved set point. many, many minutes ago. Now she has a set point of her own. That is tough on set point down when it's that close. Well done. That took a lot. It's the kind of tennis that has been keeping her in this battle, but it's so much harder to produce on the edge. And that's exactly what she has done. She's produced that. Told Christie that if she's going to win this set, she has to step up and win it on her own terms. Continuing with the first set here, the second of the women's semi-finals is already done and dusted. Emilia Rzecki, Millie as she's better known, with the 6-1, 6-1 win. So the 20-year-old, the number 4 seed, first into the final and awaiting the winner of this clash, not before midday. And we can see over on court 4, the first of the men's semi-finals up and running. On your near side, Joseph Newman-Billington, taking on the top seed, Harry Wendelken. And the pendulum swings here. Well-placed first serve doing the job. It's set point number 2 for Wilson. Had that opportunity on the return at 5-4. Oh my. Well, it came down to a couple of points. And it even came down to a net cord, but Wilson kept her positioning up the court to take advantage, and she does take the opening set by the slimmest of margins. 8-6 in the tiebreak. And when it got that close at the end, the rest of the set really went out of the window. There were moments where it felt like Freya Christie had taken hold of the steering wheel. But Wilson was always hot on her heels and swallowed the disappointment of the missed set point opportunity really well. The manner in which she faced Christie's set point was really telling in terms of her mindset, her self-belief. So she has one foot in the final. Would be her second LTA British Tour Masters final in a row, after she just missed out against Eva Shaw last year here. Shaw, who has been unable to contest a match since due to injury. We've missed her very much, the teenager. She's got a lot of potential, and we hope to see her back on court soon. But Wilson looking to go one better this year, and giving herself the opportunity to do just that. And both players understandably taking a moment here ahead of the second set, and Christie has to remind herself that the comeback is not so far away. She did come back from a set down to win yesterday against Francesca Simpson. And if she were to level up this match, it would be the 10-point match tiebreak to decide it. So it's not like she has to win 2 full sets from here, and mentally that can make a lot of difference. So the players back on court. And Freya Christie looking to dig deep and mount the comeback. There'll be a rush of confidence for her opponent after the way she was able to edge that opening set. Around about an hour and 20 minutes of play to decide the winner of the opener. And this time it's Christie with the serving advantage, looking to claim the scoreboard. We said at the beginning of the first set how critical a factor the Freya Christie first serve was going to be, and that will remain the case in the second set. Looking to stretch Wilson out early. You might wonder why Christie's so frustrated at 40-love up on her own serve over that call, but things can turn quickly. And also it's just the number of calls that have not just gone against her, but that she feels have been mistaken. And I think she's been right on a number of those occasions. Can't afford to leave the door open though, has to find a way to shrug off the agitation, or do as Wilson did in the opening set, channel it into her game, weaponize it. Takes advantage of the shorter balls, Wilson, and that immediacy has been rewarded in recent minutes. If she can make her mark in this opening service game of Christie's, it could bode very well for the rest of the match. Trying to kick her opponent while she's down. Now that might look like a disappointing miss from Wilson's perspective, but that mindset is what ultimately won her the opening set. She knows that with high risk there will be hits and misses. And there's a hit right off the back of the miss. You win some, you lose some. She's willing to take that in stride. She did well to keep her eyes on the ball there, Wilson, with Christie rocketing into view. Held her focus impressively. That's really well done. Such good commitment from Christie. And it's got to be a tough internal battle because she knows that's the type of tennis that would win her this match. But physically, that's going to take a lot out of her today to keep committing to the grind, to changing things up until she has Wilson at her mercy. Big first serves will help. That is a key battle to come through for Christie. Right at the beginning of this second set, it keeps her in contention in this match, forcing Wilson to play catch-up on the scoreboard. You might hear some sound from further along the courts. Both men's semi-finals now up and running on courts 3 and 4. Louis Bowden at the far baseline, taking on number 2 seed Josh Paris on the left side, and on that court 4, Harry Wendelken, the top seed, with a great start today against Joseph Newman Billington, who came back from losing his first group stage match and twice won in the match tiebreak yesterday to seal his spot in the semi-finals. He's got the crowd backing here at Loughborough, familiar courts for him, but Wendelken won't mind that. Has a lot of faith in his own ability, as he should, the top seed. Well, she took the opportunity, Christie, to get herself right on top of the baseline, which is where Wilson did some serious damage in that opening set. And now you see the serious impact of that opening service hold from Christie. And she was on the verge of getting it to love, which she would have preferred, but actually the way she fought through it could have been more effective. Wilson coming out on the wrong end of a lengthy exchange. And feeling like she's on the back foot now. Triple break point. And the first of those break points will be claimed. Accuracy off the backhand from Christie. She's on her way to turning this match around. The break does not count, though, until it's been backed up. And Wilson has responded well to adversity in this clash. Former University of Arizona student, the college tennis players are known for their fight and their commitment. She'll look to show that tenacity now. fire that one wide. But Wilson knows that she can't afford to be passive into the Christie forehand. Looking to get her stretched with the angle. She didn't quite give herself enough room to play with. And that is placed to perfection up the line from Christie, making the finish an easier job. Getting good brush up the back of the ball. Now with the cold soaked into these courts, it takes that extra bit of work on the ball to manufacture the shot. And Christie responds there. And there is that key consolidation of the break. Now it does count on the scoreboard. And the task has been set for Wilson. We did not see a deficit like this throughout the opening set. In fact, we didn't see a gap of more than a single game on that scoreboard, hence the tie break, hence the match time of about 1 hour and 20 minutes on that opener. Freya Christie with an added sense of urgency, looking to write a different story in the second set. Harry Wendelken on the brink of the opening set over on court 4. He leads 5 games to 2 and is serving. Josh Paris and Louis Bowden in the early stages. A set point here for Wendelken. He's had a really successful year of progress. It's not been without its challenges off court, illnesses and injuries that he's had to deal with. But he has picked up his first pro singles title at 25k level in Sunderland in October, and he has wrapped up the opening set 6-2. He takes it over Joseph Newman Billington. Paris and Bowden yet to be separated at the beginning of their clash. Emma Wilson has to put the scoreboard out of her mind for the time being. And focus purely on that serve and forehand, her 2 big weapons. The ability to self-motivate is really key on the singles court when it's just you and your thoughts. Wilson looking to put those qualities out on court. And it helps when your serve is as sharp as that. On the board then in the second set is Emma Wilson, one of the most regular competitors at the LTA British Tour over the past couple of seasons. Used it to get back to competition during the 2020 lockdown, when events were staged behind closed doors at the National Tennis Centre, giving the players the opportunity to get back to action and earn some money. Wilson making the final of the week 3 return to elite competition event. I was speaking to Freya Christie only recently about what a help the British Tour has been to her throughout her career. Started contesting it early at entry levels when she was a young teenager. Got her first taste of competition against some top-ranked players here. And not taking this game lightly, Christie. It can be too easy to drop focus when you've grabbed the advantage at the beginning of a set and there's still a way to go. Oh, that was forceful from the Wilson racket. A sharp reminder to Christie that she's not home and dry yet, and that she does have to keep up that first serve percentage. That second delivery absolutely penalised. Yeah, I'm not convinced either. You could almost sense that one coming. And she feels like she's got two opponents out here right now, Christie, and maybe three. Emma Wilson, the umpire, and herself. But the scoreboard is still in her favour for now. Can't afford to get tight. Didn't quite get enough width on the forehand, Christie, to wrong foot her opponent. I think she's accusing herself of giving the match away there. Hopefully for her sake, just letting off some steam. Because if you look at the scoreboard, even as she's breakpoint down, she's still out in front with the opportunity to level this up. But it is breakpoint. But it won't go converted. Wilson guessing the wrong way. And Christie watching the ball. Back to deuce. Oh my goodness, has that been called out? That was square on the tee. Yeah, with all due respect to the chair umpire, that was solidly on the line. And you can completely comprehend Freya Christie's frustration. Well, we go again. She is going to feel so hard done to. What can I do? She says. What can you do? Except move on to the next point and hope it doesn't happen again. Tennis throws you all kinds of curveballs, not just in the rallies.
Advantage Wilson.
Well, she will feel like that's justice, really. Christie thought she had won this game with an ace. Technically had won this game with an ace. Really challenging to go back to square one from there. But breakpoint fended off.
Out. Advantage Christie. Game Christie.
And that's some survival from Freya Christie. Multiple adversities in that game. Found a way. And it is just the one break of serve, but with her advantage on the scoreboard of serving first, 4-1 makes it look a more substantial lead. We'll have to see if Emma Wilson can keep her chin up here. Millie Rojecki already done and dusted for around about an hour, awaiting the winner of this clash. So it will either be a meeting with her fellow Nottingham player Freya Christie, very familiar with each other's games, or a rematch of her group stage clash with Emma Wilson, which Rojecki won in straight sets, although it was the tightest of openers, 7-6, 6-2. She got it done a couple of days ago.
Love 15. Out. 15 all.
Well, in the opening tiebreak, Christie was not able to kick Wilson when she was down at 5-2, and it proved costly. Can't take this game lightly. And she has no intention of doing so, keeping her position on top of the baseline, but Wilson will have a lot of regret. Rarely, if ever, in this match has the slice from her racket done Christie serious damage. That's not her pathway to the victory. That is, and that has been impressive in some tight moments. The accuracy of the serve. And Christie's had to work a little bit harder due to the moments that her first serve percentage has dropped. She swept that up so casually, Wilson. The last couple of forehands said clearer than words that she is right in this, and she's going to make Freya Christie work for it. The battle of the top seeds ongoing on court 1. And the finish line still just about out of sight in this second set for Christie. It would roar into view if she can keep a hold of this service game. Pivotal moment for Wilson to pounce.
Love 15. All.
Well, it's all or nothing there for Wilson. It has been for a lot of the match. But there have been signs of Christie feeling the tension, and she could afford to give herself a little bit more lift off both wings, just to test out where Christie's at. But that's a firm answer to that question. Calm and controlled. And that will seal the deal. Freya Christie is just one game away from taking us to the match tiebreak. After over 2 hours of competition. The not before time of the women's singles final, less than 25 minutes away. I suspect that we'll be waiting a little longer than midday to give whichever woman comes through time to catch their breath and recover somewhat. I expect a big push on the return from Christie here to avoid the hassle of having to serve it out. As we've said, it is just one break. Things could go awry quickly. Wilson has been pesky in this encounter, constantly nipping at her heels. It was 5-2 in the tiebreak when she managed to turn things around. Now it's 5-2 in games in the second set, and Emma Wilson is to serve it.
Net, first service. Love 15. Wait, please. Emma. Love 30.
As you can sense it slipping. Just trying to overplay that to compensate for the second serve. Christie looking at a real leg up here as she hopes to put a lid on the second set.
Love 40.
And she's offered another opportunity. Triple set point on the return for Christie. High chance that she takes one of these and takes momentum into the match tiebreak as a result.
15-40.
Mm.
30-40.
Well, those odds have just gone down. Can't say it was the wrong return from Christie to the body. Less margin for error, but still attacking. just didn't quite have the accuracy, down to just the single set point.
Fault.
But it's one step too far for Wilson. A couple of double faults in that game in response to the scoreboard pressure applied by her opponent. And for Freya Christie, it is the run of games heading into the match tiebreak. First to 10 points to see who will join Millie Rzecki in the singles final. Christie with a couple of games on the trot to level things up. To put into perspective how lengthy this contest has been, Harry Wendelken is not too far from the victory over on court 4. Leads by a set and 4-2. Game points to make it 5-2 here against Joseph Newman-Billington, the lefty from Loughborough. And conditions here that have suited Wendelken throughout the week. Able to make a lot of balls, but up the ante on the forehand when he needs to. On court 3, Josh Paris having taken the opening set over Louis Bowden.
Final set, Christie to
So the
serve.
top seed and the number 2 seed leading the way in the men's semi-finals, and the top seed and the number 2 seed going head-to-head in the match tiebreak now in this semi-final. Freya Christie to start things off.
1-0, Christie.
Has the recent experience of having contested one of these breakers late yesterday afternoon. Getting that done against Francesca Simpson, and on that occasion she'd also come from a set down.
Fault. 2-0, Christie.
This would be the worst time for the double fault hiccups, but we've had 3 within a few minutes from Wilson. A reminder that it's the back end of a long season for the players. You do have to wonder how much is still left in the tank.
Net, first service.
Good response from Wilson. And that forehand has been at its most effective when she's got it out in front. Is able to lean through the shot. As we saw in the previous tiebreak, deficit on the scoreboard is not the final say.
Net, first service. Net, first service. Christie.
Well, the service points held onto by Christie was asking the question of the near baseline. That one did catch from Wilson, but she was sailing a little close to the wind.
No.
Oh, that is tough.
5-1.
There is more
Christie.
breathing room in the match tiebreak first to 10 points than your standard tiebreaker first to 7. But there is such a difference at the change of ends between 5-1 and 4-2. If Christie gets a good start upon resumption, Wilson's going to feel like she's at the foot of a mountain. Her consistency just dropped off at the back end of the second set and she hasn't been able to recover it. Christie, meanwhile, has faced a few testing moments on court in recent weeks. Got a lot of match play in across international competition and tournaments here in the UK. British Tour competition this year, but also the UK Pro League, where she reached the final of finals week at the end of November. Looking to reach another final now. And that was a must-hold point. She's done well there, Wilson, and she did come back from 5-2 down in the most recent tiebreak. So it's certainly far from all done here. It's all done over on court 4, though. Harry Wendelken, whose match against Joseph Newman-Billington started a full hour after this one. He's already booked his spot in the men's final. Has top seed Wendelken with the straight sets win. My goodness, what a rally. One of the points of the match from both players. It was a tricky final shot that Wilson went for. I think she's wishing that she'd gone up the line, but a lot of movement involved for both players. It's hard to keep your wits about you. That could be a key mini victory for Christie. Another mini break. Some response from Wilson. Her only option here is to step up that court and impose herself, and she's answered the call. The job is not done.
6-4, Christie.
And that move could have prolonged impact. The intensity of it, the effectiveness, potential to turn this around.
Christie.
She's doing it again, Wilson. 3 points on the trot. She does not count herself out. Once again, Christie is being asked to do this on her own terms. The tide is turning. What a difference compared to the previous change of ends. 5-1 to 6-all. And that just reflects the staying power that Wilson has displayed throughout this match. It's not about how you start, it's about how you finish. And she might just have come through that purple patch. A lot of weight upon this resumption for Freya. Christie has to use the serve. Now someone finally picked the phone up or turned it off, one or the other. Either way, Christie ready to go again. Necessary depth as she got Wilson on the run, didn't allow her to position around the ball the way she's been able to in recent points. As you would expect in a clash that has lasted nearly 2.5 hours, the final margins are going to be very fine indeed. And Wilson is determined to come out on the right end of those margins. In these critical moments, she is committing to her own game style. There have been moments where she's been led astray by Christie's ability to extend the exchanges. The slice has come out from her end of the court, and it's not been ideal. But the clean strikes may well be clean enough.
8-7, Wilson.
Christie on the edge of the cliff here, and she knows it. on serve, but a tough scoreboard situation. And I think Wilson could sense that tension, getting her below the height of the net. Twice she's been down on the scoreboard in the tiebreak, Emma Wilson. Twice she's shown her fighting qualities. A couple of match points here. That has been her undoing previously. She can't afford to now. Christie catching her out, but it's on the Wilson racket. This match point on serve. Is this it? One big blow to finish it, and Emma Wilson has done it. The number 2 seed topples the 4-time former champion, the top seed Freya Christie, who more than contributed to this contest, but there could only be one winner, and just as she did last year, Emma Wilson gets the better of Freya Christie in the semi-finals. That would have taken a lot as we hit the not before time on the women's final. 12 o'clock exactly. Emma Wilson wraps it up and will face Millie Rzecki later on. Now, there will be a rest required, a rest well earned for Emma Wilson. So we will await to see when the final will be played. I've heard that there will be an hour or so minimum. And there will definitely be no action before 1:15 here on court 1. But play does continue over on court 3, where Josh Paris is up a set and a break. You can see there the win for Harry Wendelken picked up in straight sets, and he will face the winner of the ongoing clash between Josh Paris and Louis Bowden, the 18-year-old, up against the number 2 seed. So head on over to the court 3 stream if you want to keep track of that match. But here on court 1, we will be taking a break, and when play resumes on court 1, it will be with the women's final. Emma Wilson taking on Millie Rzecki, before Harry Wendelken faces either Josh Paris or Louis Bowden. I'll see you shortly. and welcome back to the Dan Maskell Tennis Centre at Loughborough University. It is final time at the LTA British Tour Masters 2022 and we're kicking things off with the women's final. Previous winners of this event include Emma Raducanu and Harriet Dart. Who will join them on the honours list? It will either be Emma Wilson on your near side or Emilia Rojecki, better known as Millie, at the far baseline. Abigail Johnson with you for this first of the two finals. It'll be a clash of the top seeds in the men's final as Harry Wendelken takes on Josh Paris. Here is Millie Rojecki. She has led the way this week as the 20-year-old. She's really set the standard. She's played 4 matches and she's won all 4 without the loss of a set. Finished 3-0 in the group stage, including a win over her opponent today, Emma Wilson. Tight first set before she ran away with it, 7-6, 6-2. And then just today, booking her spot in the final with a comprehensive 6-1, 6-1 defeat of 15-year-old Heidi Kern-Ken. She knows that she could be in for a stiffer test now as she takes on 25-year-old Wilson. So Emma Wilson, with the win already on court 1 today, took on Freya Christie in the semi-finals, the top seed, and that was a much tighter affair between the top 2 seeds. Nearly 2.5 hours of tennis, and ultimately Wilson edged it with the 6-7, 6-2, 10-8 match tiebreak victory. I apologise, I should say 7-6, 2-6, 10-8 over Freya Christie, having saved set point in the opening set, Wilson, and having come from 5-1 down in the match tiebreak. So she's been put through her paces today. The player from Newcastle, Wilson, Rojecki, a little closer to home. Nottingham is home in the UK, but she has spent a fair amount of time in the United States over the last couple of years. She is a college tennis player at NC State. And Emma Wilson, a former college tennis player, graduated from the University of Arizona a couple of years ago. My apologies, a rookie error from myself. The mic mute button did not respond to my touch, so I pick up from where I left off with the ball in hand at the baseline here. Emma Wilson, last year's finalist, back-to-back LTA British Tour Masters finals for Emma Wilson. Last year came out on the wrong end of the final against teenager Eva Short, and knows that she'll have another tough task on her hands in 20-year-old Millie Rojecki, seeded number 4 here, but she is in some form, Rojecki, having just picked up her first pro singles title at the end of last month. She won both the singles and doubles titles that week in Santo Domingo, did Rojecki. So she took a lot of confidence from that. and will have taken a lot of confidence from her performances to date in Loughborough over the past 3 days. 4 matches played, 4 matches won in straight sets, and this a rematch of her straight sets defeat of Emma Wilson in the group stage. It was 7-6, 6-2 for Rzhecki over the 25-year-old a couple of days ago, but will today be a different story? In the women's final, it is Millie Rzhecki up against Emma Wilson. So Millie Rzhecki first onto the board in this first of the finals, looking to build on her comprehensive win over Heidi Kern-Kent in the first match of the day, the semi-final that she contested over on court 3. That was a 6-1, 6-1 result in Rzhecki's favour and gave her a little bit more rest time. There was a not before time of midday on this women's final. Emma Wilson beat Freya Christie in the Battle of the Top Seeds at 12 p.m. on the dot. So just the hour rest time after that 2-hour plus grueling battle. And we'll just have to wait and see if that's enough for the former University of Arizona college tennis player. Well, she did have a little drop-off towards the back end of her match with Christie and Wilson. There had been so many lengthy rallies, some close games. Consistency took a knock at the back end of the second set. She managed to regroup, step up on top of the baseline to win the match tiebreak, but she had to come from behind. And Millie Rajecki is going to keep her firmly behind at the beginning of proceedings here. Break to love. And she will like that. The 20-year-old did not enjoy facing Wilson in the group stage. Now, if you're in the UK, you will know it has been incredibly cold this week, and the courts in Loughborough have felt it. The balls as well, not bouncing a lot. And Emma Wilson hits a flat ball. It's tough to deal with. If she gets her timing right, she could make life very uncomfortable for Rajecki. But so far, has been her opponent with the more control. That'll do nicely, keeping the ball out in front. It was at that position in her match with Christie where she was most effective off her dominant wing, Wilson.
We'll go, please. Thank you.
She'll do her best, Rajecki, to force Wilson into high-risk situations, because as damaging and effective as Wilson's ground strokes can be, they will be hit and miss, and there will be opportunities.
Left, that's up.
And you can see Rajecki plays with a lot more topspin, particularly on that forehand side, and just gives the ball that extra safety net as she looks to impose herself, and she's done so with regularity over the past 3 days. Helping hand that she didn't need there. She's in cruise control at the beginning of this one, Millie Rajecki. Making her purpose well known. The ideal start for the player who grew up based in Nottingham. That is still home when she's not out in the States. So able to stay at home during this week in Loughborough, as was Freya Christie. Great to see so many people in to watch the tennis today, even during the early matches this morning, which kicked off at 9:30. The grand finale of the 2022 LTA British Tour, well attended. And the British Tour Masters is the tournament for the 8 best players of the year on the women's side and the men's side. You can qualify for the Masters by either amassing enough points across the year of competition to do so, or by winning a Premier Tier event in order to automatically qualify, as Freya Christie did, or by being awarded a wildcard. Wilson qualified on her own merit. Now the 25-year-old picking up a Tier 2 trophy at home in Newcastle, where she's based, where she coaches a little bit as well. She's been her own coach pretty efficiently this week. Just the one loss to Rajecki in the group.
40 love.
Just letting it run away with her a little bit in that game, Rosiecki. And Wilson onto the board. I think she won herself a few fans during that fighting victory to start the day on this court against Christie. Christie, the local, so she had a lot of backing, but they had to respect the way that Emma Wilson never counted herself out. Was down in the first set tiebreak, was down in the match tiebreak. And that fighting spirit is something that college tennis seems to have instilled in Rosiecki over the last year or so. Haven't heard her yet in this match. Maybe she's trying to conserve some energy, and it's worth noting that this is the first time she's really played in front of a crowd this week, but she's been very loud in terms of imposing herself vocally throughout this week. Huge positive energy, a lot of commands. A real disappointment there for Wilson, an opportunity to make Rosiecki feel a bit of scoreboard pressure, a slower ball, but a bit of an eye-opener for Rosiecki. Wilson struggling to create the pace herself. Might be an idea to mix things up, change up the pace and rhythm of the match. And that kick serve to the backhand is always going to get you a few cheap points. And getting the racket right up above Wilson's shoulder. Hanging on to her lead on court one is Millie Rosiecki. Yet to drop a set in Loughborough. Scoreboard says 4-1, but it is just the one break of serve as Rosiecki eyes up the target. The £3,000 prize pot, the opportunity to add her name to a roll of honour that includes the likes of Harriet Dart and Emma Raducanu. The last year's winner, Eva Shaw, who got the better of Emma Wilson. We've got to give a mention to Shaw, who's still in her mid-teens, a lot of potential, but has been injured since the tournament last year. Hasn't been able to compete. She's had to show a lot of grit, a lot of patience this year, and we look forward to seeing her back on the match court next year. And that is where the British Tour can be so helpful in terms of getting back into competition, providing competitive opportunities outside of the main pro circuit. It's something that Wilson has really taken advantage of over the last couple of years since coming back from college.
Love 15.
This serve is going to be so critical for Wilson out here. You've seen a couple of times she's bent over after the points. She's clearly feeling a little drained, understandably. Had a demanding match already today, so the more big serves she can land, the more opportunity of keeping the exchanges more concise, expending less energy. Because Rzhecki is making a point of attacking the second serve, getting herself up on top of the court. Immediately piling on the pressure. It's a fight for who can impose themselves first. Yeah, that was a smart adjustment from Rzhecki. Wilson's got a few cheap points in this game, just serving into the forehand. This time, Rzhecki diverts from the big strike into the chipped forehand deep. Bought herself some time to get into the rally, but caught off guard there. No, you never want to be at Wilson's mercy like that. She took full advantage of the way she dragged Rzhecki across the baseline and gives herself the opportunity to dig in on the return hit, trying to make up for the slower start to this match.
Love 30.
Now, this is an isolated look at how interesting it might be to see Rzhecki put under some pressure in this match. 4 matches played, 4 matches won in straight sets. But one of the difficulties of coming through so comprehensively is that you can struggle to be ready for the battle when it comes, but Rzhecki with some response there. Strong delivery, didn't panic when the shorter ball came back, and she had time to think about where she was putting that one, committed to her choice. Oh, that's unfortunate. I think Rzhecki felt she'd made it to that ball. But has to deal with the call. And you can sense the momentum switching. Double break point. And just didn't hit through that forehand. Rzhecki didn't follow through to his conclusion. And so Emma Wilson, who had to fight to hold serve, is back on serve on court 1. One game away from completely closing the gap. And you see that so often in tennis. That is why you cannot afford to let your eye off the ball. Rzhecki was a couple of points away from making it 5-1 on the scoreboard and setting herself serve for the set. But close is not close enough. And Wilson bought herself some extra time and utilised it. Has to hold now though if she's to really make it count. So this is where we see what Rzhecki's made of. Let's see if we hear her a little more at this point.
Thank you. Love 15. Love 30.
Just a little close to the ball on that occasion. Wilson having to hit off her hip. And this is where it can get tough when you've had a lengthy match earlier in the day. It's so important to keep her feet moving and her legs moving here. And there must be moments when they feel like lead. And there she is. A little reaction, but a definite audible one from Rzhecki. Broken back, but still in front on the scoreboard and looking to regain the advantage. Couple of break points. And she will convert the first with a brilliant angle. Anticipated that delivery, takes advantage. Millie Rzhecki serving for the opening set. It would be her 9th one out of 9 this tournament. Caught unawares there, Rzhecki, and Wilson did that effectively in her earlier match, and just throwing in the drop shot a couple of times. She's all about the big strike, so it can be effective to drop one in here and there. take advantage of her opponent's positioning behind the baseline.
30 all.
And jamming Wilson up effectively. She ran into that ball and pays the price. Set point Rzhecki. Wow, well, Wilson was ready to walk back to her seat there. I think Rzhecki was ready to do the same, but that is why you can't get ahead of yourself. Those split seconds make such a difference. And as frustrated as she is with herself over that previous point, Rzhecki, it's so key just to pull herself together and keep moving. Set point 2. And she won't need another. Impressive stuff once again from Emilia Rzhecki. She takes the lead on court 1. She is 1 set away from being crowned the 2022 LTA British Tour Masters Women's Champion. 6-3, she leads. Well, she does have several advantages here, Rzhecki. She's got a lot of good match play under her belt in recent weeks, the confidence boosts of those pro titles, and just more rest time between her semi-final and this final match. And one of the men's semi-finals that started an hour after the women's semis had finished by the time Wilson and Christie were done and dusted. It's a big ask out here. But if she can keep the first serve percentage up, Wilson, there will be chances. She knows that if she does level up, she wouldn't be looking at needing 2 full sets to win this contest. The format at the LTA British Tour is a 10-point match tiebreak instead of a full 3rd set. And that's how Wilson came through earlier. That's how she will need to come through again if she is to walk away with the maximum prize. Rzhecki in pole position, but Wilson with the ball on her racket. And taking that ball early, Rzhecki. Not that it's bouncing a whole lot, but she's sweeping it off the court surface.
By the left, it's the ball boy drops the ball as you're serving. It's 15-30 first serve.
So that has been called there. And Rzhecki will take full advantage. A lot of conviction about her ball striking right now. And immediate opportunities. In a deja vu of the opening set. Rzhecki with break points. Great court coverage from Rosiecki and a classy finish for the opening break of the second set. Wilson being asked a lot of questions right now. And you feel like Rosiecki's had the reins in her hands from the offset in this encounter. Now Wilson needs to respond immediately to prevent her opponent from feeling like she's on the final stretch. Both players will be tired, not just at the end of this week, but at the end of a season as well. Particularly Wilson, now that she's a full-time pro. So the extra adrenaline rush that this advantage will give Rosiecki could be very beneficial. Make no mistake though, she is going to have to fight, because Emma Wilson never says die. Refused to count herself out in the previous match today. It was almost casual, the forehand. So imposing. Yeah, it looked like that one might have been deep. That's going to sting all the more when you're down on the scoreboard, keeping Rosiecki alive in this game. Well, she seized her opportunity in this game, Rosiecki. And it really is a race for who can get themselves inside that baseline. Rosiecki utilising the serve there to get herself on the front foot. Four straight points for Rosiecki. And that is 4 straight games won as well. Wilson needs to up her own first serve percentage to stop the tide. Well, she has all the momentum right now, Rosiecki. And having just navigated that service game from a deficit, you would expect her to come out swinging on the return here. Early signs of that on full display. Yeah, there have been some double fault hiccups for Wilson today, but you've got to give a lot of credit to the way Rosiecki's been attacking these second serves, just making Wilson feel that she has to do more with that delivery. Packing all the punches right now, Rosiecki. Well, the match is on her racket. Unless Wilson can land every single first serve, it starts here facing double break point. And that's the only way she can combat, responding in style. It's a very, very slim tightrope. And she can't quite keep her balance. Rosiecki anticipating to the max and makes it 5 games on the trot. Just 3 games away from winning the ultimate prize in this grand finale of the LTA British Tour season. Won last year by Eva Shaw and Toby Samuel, who himself is a current college tennis player. Now the physio has been called. Can only imagine that this would be for Emma Wilson, who's had that minimal recovery time from the previous match. She's also been having some difficulty this week, Wilson, with how cold it's been. I know the backs of her hands, the skin has been cracking, but also on her ankles. And she's had to have a plaster over one of her ankles just to stop the bleeding. And with the way she's taken one of her shoes off here, I figured that might be the situation. Back of her foot has been in some pain, so we'll just wait for her to get seen to. So Millie Rosiecki just trying to stay in the moment here. Doesn't really know how long she'll be waiting, but will be pleased to have bagged the double break and given herself the safety net ahead of this delay, because this is when momentum can switch. Potential for things to turn around, the rhythm to be halted. But it is impressive the way Rosiecki has carried herself throughout the week. Not straightforward for herself and Emma Wilson and Freya Christie, the world-ranked players in the draw, up against some up-and-comers, a few 15-year-olds, including semi-finalist Heidi Kernkan, able to take a free swing at the higher-ranked players. It's not easy having the target on your back against players that are able to produce a good level of tennis and don't have the status to match that as yet. A lot of pressure that Rijecki's been able to shoulder so far. 3 sets played against Wilson this week, 3-1, looking to make that the perfect 4. Okay, so it's 3 minutes from here for Wilson now the medical timeout has been called. Meanwhile, Harry Wendelken and Josh Paris, the top 2 seeds in the men's draw, might be taking an interested look at what's going on here, because they will be the next match onto court, going head-to-head in the men's final this year. Wins for them earlier today. Wendelken over Joseph Newman-Billington and Paris over Louis Bowden. Both of those won in straight sets. Barely does one season end, then another one begins. The LTA British Tour will be back here at the Dan Maskell Tennis Centre in less than 2 weeks' time for the first Premier Tier event of the new season. So always a lot of competitive match play opportunities for pro players, players looking to go pro, to get themselves going, to earn money as they compete. Many have found it a valuable step on the ladder of their career path. Good to see that Millie Rijecki has got on her feet and is moving around. You want to stay as warm as possible, particularly in these -degrees Celsius conditions. Keep the blood flowing. Might even be worth hitting a couple of serves and just to keep the circulation. So good to see Emma Wilson back on her feet and ready to continue with this match. Millie Rijecki looking to back up the double break in this second set.
And 15 love. And 30 love. Left for serve. Thirty 15.
And Wilson just about finding her footing in this game. I think the crowd recognise she needs a little bit of support right now.
40-15.
But the Rzhecki serve has had a lot of say in proceedings across the last 3 days, and this match seems no different. That will do the job. Double break backed up for Millie Rzhecki, 2 games away from the title.
Love 15. Love 30.
Well, there is no reason for Rzhecki to get tight here. That's Wilson's dilemma. She knows her opponent is down and she's looking to make her feel it, stepping up to the ball.
Love 40.
And she just can't quite find enough first deliveries right now. Triple break point, and this could be the final nail in the coffin. Rzhecki looking to capitalise.
Left for serve. $15.40.
Oh, she's caught the outside of that sideline. Insane accuracy from the Rzhecki racket. And an overwhelming advantage on the scoreboard in this second set. Just 1 game away from taking the trophy. It's a long way back for Wilson, has to take it point by point here, but physically hampered as well, and surely feeling fatigued, as she knows she's at Rzeki's mercy here. It's about whether her opponent can maintain the focus across the finish line, and that is what she will look to do now. Millie Rzecki serving to become the 2022 LTA British Tour champion.
15 love.
All or nothing at this point. Just has to look for any way to take the wind out of Rzeki's sails. Now that is telling, her willingness to target that backhand down the line, unruffled by the scoreboard deficit in this game, because in the overall set her lead is overwhelming.
40-30.
And the serve has done more than enough damage. Championship point for Millie Rzecki. And the winner is crowned. Millie Rzecki is the 2022 LTA British Tour Masters champion. She brought a high level from start to finish this week. Some difficult conditions in Loughborough, but she more than mastered it. The 20-year-old, definitely one to watch. So that brings us to a conclusion of the first final. I've been Abigail Johnson with you. I'm going to make my way down to court. We're going to hear from Millie shortly, so stay tuned. And within the next few minutes, the next match will be on to court, the men's final between Harry Wendelken and Josh Paris.
Okay, take care, mate. You're welcome.
2022 LTA British Tour Masters champion Millie Rajecki. Millie, you haven't dropped a set this week. First of all, let's start with the final. Your thoughts on your performance against Emma Wilson just now?
I think it was a good match overall. It's the conditions make it tough to play well. Like, I don't think this whole tournament there's been, I would say, exceptional tennis with the circumstances very cold in here. But I think we both played a great match. I played Emma a few times, so I think we know how we play, and I think we match up quite well. But yeah, my backhand slice definitely helped me out a couple of times today, I will say. But it was good. I really enjoyed playing out here, being back on home courts, technically. But yeah, it's been really nice.
You played Emma in the group stage. Did you take anything away from that match? Did you change anything for the final based on that match?
I mean, I talked to my coach, and he kind of gave me a few things. But like I said, I've played it a few times. I know how she plays. I think I kept it pretty much the same. I probably served a little better today, brought out the drop shots. I don't do that often, so that was a little special preview of maybe my game style in the future. But no, I definitely just played well. I think solid, served well, returned well. But yeah, it was good.
As you referenced, you're a little bit of a local girl based in Nottingham. When
Yes.
you're not in the States, but you're a college tennis player now. So how's the college experience been for you so far? How do you think it shaped your game? Have you seen much change there?
I think college has definitely shaped my game 100%. From like my freshman year, I didn't play singles my freshman year, but I got a lot of experience. We made Final Four of NCAAs, so I got a lot of kind of being in that environment where you have like other teams there, you have necessarily like other men's teams there that aren't necessarily going to help you play, but I think you've learned a lot. I think I've definitely learned a lot being in those situations. I think having a coach with me, especially this season, I've played a lot. I've probably played the most singles matches in a semester that I have in my entire life, and I think I gained so much from just being on court with someone and just being in tough moments when you've got someone there with you.
You also won your first pro singles and doubles titles at the end of last month. You've just won British Tour Masters. Previous winners at this event include Emma Raducanu, Harriet Dart. How does that affect your goals for next year?
I think goals next year is definitely to play even more events. I think playing events has helped me a lot. I think I'm going to target next summer. Obviously, I've got the whole season at college. I think I'll get some great matches. We have a great schedule lined up, so there'll be a lot of opportunity for me to play great players. And then I think definitely look at the summer, see what tournaments there are, and definitely just get out there and keep playing.
We look forward to seeing what you do. Well done, Millie. Congrats on winning the week here.
Thank you. It's been great. A bit cold, but I like it. It's all good.
We'll take it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, welcome back to the Dan Maskell Tennis Centre for the final time today and for the final time this week, because it is men's final time at the LTA British Tour Masters. Millie Rajecki getting it done in the women's final in straight sets to be crowned champion, following in the footsteps of Harriet Dart, Emma Raducanu and Eva Shaw, last year's winner. But who will come out on top in the men's event? It will be one of the top two seeds. Top seed Harry Wendelken at the far baseline. Number 2 seed Josh Paris at the near baseline. Abigail Johnson back with you to guide you through this contest. So Harry Wendelken coming through his semi-final earlier today over on court 4. Got the better of Joseph Newman-Billington in straight sets. Here he is, and navigated the group stage without losing a match, so the target was on his back and he has been able to carry it. I was going to call him the 20-year-old, but it's a big birthday for Harry Wendelken tomorrow, turns 21. So he'll be happy to wrap this one up ahead of celebrating that and wrap up his 2022 season. It's been quite the season for Wendelken, his first pro singles title at ITF 25k level in Sunderland in October, and his first at that level in doubles in September as well, having reached his first final in Shrewsbury in February. He had a little patch of a few months in the middle of the year where he was struggling with illness and injury, but looking to finish his season on a high note as he takes on a familiar opponent in 26-year-old Josh Paris. And both players based further south, so a little way away from home. But Josh Paris has made himself at home on the courts this week. Also picked up 3 victories in the group stage, although he had to fight hard for some of those, including his match yesterday against Sahej Maker, and that was won in the match tiebreak. Not so today against 18-year-old Louis Bowden in their semi-final over on court 3. That was a straight sets affair, Paris coming through 6-3, 6-4, just a couple of hours ago. So these two both with a match win under their belts today. Something has to give on court 1. The two of them looking to follow in the footsteps of Toby Samuel, who won the event last year with victory over Louis Maxted in the final. These two having faced off only recently at the UK Pro League Finals week, just up the road in Nottingham at the end of November.
Harry Wendelken to the left of the chair, won the top and chose to receive.
So Wendelken asking the question of Paris at the beginning of this match, telling him to serve. And it can be quite the weapon of Paris. He can really look to impose himself on the court. High-risk tennis. Meanwhile, Wendelken makes a lot of balls from the back of the court, so it's quite a fascinating matchup, this one. And it can often come down to just who's feeling their best on the day. Now, Wendelken says he's not been feeling his best this week. Was dealing with some stomach cramps yesterday when he came through his group stage match against Louis Bowden. But a comment that he made yesterday was that he feels the level he's bringing at the moment is good enough. He's got the belief that he's able to fight his way to victories when he's not producing his A game. And that's a sign of him growing and maturing on court.
Good.
So men's final time on court 1. Josh Paris up against Harry Wendelken, not for the first time, but it is for the first time this week.
set.
First set, Josh Paris. Ready, play. Lock 50.
Well, no secrets on court. Wendelken knows exactly what he's up against. He knows that Paris is going to charge the net a fair amount. And so you imagine he'll have a game plan in mind to adjust accordingly. In British tennis at the moment, he's probably one of the toughest counterpunchers to go up against. Loves his forehand, does Paris, and he will not hold back from attacking off that wing, as we've seen in the last couple of points. He will live or die by his own sword.
Out. 30.
He'll be increasingly confident in the forecourt. Josh Paris, multiple pro doubles titles to his name over the last couple of months. But that's why he knows he's potentially going to have a lot of trouble in this match, Paris, when Wendelken pegs him at the back of the court. Fully aware that Paris favours his forehand to that one-handed backhand as well, and with the placement he'll look to catch him off guard as he loses himself a bit of time moving around for that forehand. Wendelken knows what he's doing there, deep into the forehand. Paris not able to keep his positioning over that ball, leaning out of it. And Wendelken looking to capitalise on his opportunity. First break point in the first game of the match.
Thanks, ball boy.
Perfect approach from Paris. Almost snuck up the court behind that forehand while Wendelken was busy showing off his touch in the forecourt. Break point saved in style. The Josh Paris special likes a good drop shot.
Advantage, Paris.
And the positioning behind was really smart, just closing the space and limiting Wendelken's options if he were even to get up to the ball. From break point down to game point up. That's a big opening hold for Josh Paris. He's been upbeat and up for it this week, despite some challenges. At the back end of a long season, it's all been happening. He felt a little under the weather, Paris, coming into these few days of competition. And he said at the beginning of his first match of the week, he actually didn't know if he'd be able to finish the match because he felt so bad when he walked onto court, but then progressively felt better. Then took another dip yesterday. But it's that time of year, you are more susceptible to injury, to illness when you're tired, and these two have packed in a lot of tennis over the past few months, both abroad and at home. So many competitive opportunities in the UK right now with the LTA British Tour, with the UK Pro League, where these two are both regulars as well, and with the increased LTA competitions calendar, all the ITF 25k level events that we've seen over the course of the season. And there has been competition here at Loughborough as well, the women's 25k event in October. Good response to the loss of the opening point. He might not have lost the match yet this week, Wendelken, but he has not been untroubled. Lost the opening set against Louis Bowden yesterday before he turned things around.
30-15.
Just steadily increased his use of the width of the court there, Paris. Telling Wendelken he needs to do a little bit more. Too many neutral balls midway between the net and the baseline. Statement made. And there's one in response. That's smart. Kicked into the one-handed backhand, forced Paris to back off and gets himself on the scoreboard. Both players on that board now at the beginning of this final match of the week. Keeping things on serve. He is sorry, but he'll take it. I think he wouldn't have preferred to fight through that opening service hold, Paris, but he might be a little grateful for it now, giving himself time to play his way into this match. Commentator's curse, as always. Something for Wendelken to try and build on here. No, but the Paris serve and the movement behind is too strong. Leading the way at the beginning of this one, the number 2 seed. Wendelken opted to receive. Hasn't been able to take advantage so far. Key to stay in the moment. No, not let that agitate him too early. Be a lot of tennis to be played in this one.
45.
So Millie Rajecki, the champion on the women's side this year, 20 years old. currently playing college tennis out at NC State. And like these two, a winner on the ITF circuit this year. Wendelken with 2 titles, 1 in singles, 1 in doubles. And Josh Paris having won his last 4 pro trophies on the doubles court this season. And 3 of those coming in the not too distant past.
First. Love. 30 love. Out. 40 love.
Switching it up with the placement, Wendelken making it tough for Paris to capitalise on the second serve. And he flows to the finish line in this particular game. Casually keeping pace, Wendelken. And they finished side by side in the end of week leaderboard at the UK Pro League Finals week at Nottingham Tennis Centre at the end of last month. Wendelken having won week 5 of the UK Pro League this season. That was where he really signalled his return to form, which has lasted the majority of the last 2 or 3 months. He plays quick, Paris. Like one of his favourite players, Roger Federer. But sometimes that can be detrimental. It can pay to slow it down, take a couple of extra breaths. Not overthink, but think enough. It was not the best moment to play the drop shot. He's regretting his decision now, Wendelken. It's his turn to taste the disappointment. He's so quick at the back of the court. He had time on that ball. But you've got to credit Paris. It was a tough first volley. He was under pressure with Wendelken racing to cover. He responded to that pressure.
30, 40.
But the slightest of slips can make the biggest of differences, and he has been chasing from the offset in this game after losing the first point. Wendelken pushing for that breakthrough that he was eyeing up when he opted to receive. Break point for the top seed. Couple of loose forehands, and Harry Wendelken, who has kept pristinely calm out here so far, gets his reward for his patience. He has the opening break on court 1. Leads 3 games to 2. And it was that patience you could sense about Wendelken when he was speaking yesterday. Asked him what he felt like he needed to change for the semi-finals, and he said nothing, really. Felt like the level that he was bringing, even though it wasn't his best level, was a good enough level to get the job done. So there's that settled air about him on court at the moment. And that's a little bit intimidating for Josh Paris, who knows that he has a more high-risk game on court and is more prone to highs and lows. They did face off during that week of competition in Nottingham at the end of November, and it was Wendelken who had the upper hand, 6-3, 7-6, the scoreline in their most recent meeting. And we've spoken about the Josh Paris serve. Harry Wendelken has a decent delivery of his own. Took some pressure off his shoulders after Paris held that lengthy opening game of the match.
Out. 30 love.
That is the most emphatic of consolidations from the player from Cambridge.
Wendelken leads 4 games to 2.
Trying to spot his dad, Kevin, courtside. He's been here throughout the week, supporting. I think he'll be pretty pleased with what he's seeing right now. Well absorbed and redirected. That ball came flying back at Paris, but didn't have the width to trouble him. Stood firm.
Out. 30 love. 14-50.
Is 40 love safe enough? Only takes a point or two to turn things around. Big moment here for Josh Paris. Oh, magic from Harry Wendelken. No one saw that coming, least of all Josh Paris.
14-30.
And from a defensive position in the court, able to cut around that ball and draw Paris up the court, penalising his positioning. Now it gets interesting. And Paris can't quite find the precision. And this is going to be a real look at where he's at mentally.
Advantage Paris.
Well, there was a smart second serve into the body, but you can tell from Wendelken's reaction that he expects himself to make that ball with the connection he got on it.
Late for serve. Deuce. Yep, sure.
Oh, well worked by Paris.
Advantage Paris.
Put his opponent through his paces and never once dropped concentration, never got tight. Should give him an extra rush of adrenaline here. And he propels it into the serve. Big effort from Wendelken to make a connection on that ball, showing off his wheels again. But Paris backing himself to produce his own game style, and that takes him to within touching distance of Wendelken, who has the break, but it is just the one game between the pair on the board. They didn't save break point there, Paris, but it felt like he did with the way Wendelken brought it back from 40 love down to deuce, prolonged the game, asked the questions. If the momentum is going to swing in this set, it really has to be here. It's all about whether Wendelken can keep his head. And so far he's paced himself nicely. But you feel that he will be slightly irritated that he couldn't net the double breakthrough there. He made life tough there, Paris. Wendelken more or less forced up the court. And it was going to be tough to get his balance back in time. Paris keeping the pass low, dipping it. And this is the moment of truth. Paris getting a taste of his own medicine there as Wendelken makes him run. Once again, when push comes to shove, the 20-year-old is keeping it together. That's a real boxing match now in this game. You felt coming in that with his ability in all areas of the court, with his status as the top seed, Wendelken was probably the favourite for this one. But whoever comes out on top in this game will be in a very strong position, at least for the rest of this set, if not the match.
Advantage Paris.
Here it is, another chance to get back on serve. You do feel this game is far more important for Paris in terms of keeping the morale up and purely keeping their set alive as well.
Juice.
Oh my.
Advantage Paris.
He has absolutely nailed that. I think Wendelken will be kicking himself for approaching to the forehand, the stronger side. Might have preferred to pressure the one-hander, but has to focus on the moment. It's a cliff edge here, second serve, break point. And this time it'll go Josh Paris' way. A little bit fortunate with the net cord, but ultimately showed his fight, showed his commitment, and showed the belief that he still has in this set. Back on serve. And that 3-4 hold for Paris, you suddenly see the enormity of it. He was dragged back from 40 love up at the length of the game, ultimately working against Wendelken. But on the flip side, it seems to have fired him up. Might have missed that backhand, but there's a little bit more urgency about his tennis there. And he's been one of few players this week, Wendelken, who's really been able to hit through the court. It's tough with how cold these courts have become, and the balls as well. It's more like it.
15-0.
mentioned a few minutes ago that it's about whether Wendelken can keep his head, and these are the most challenging moments, the most telling moments for him. Can he swallow a pill of disappointment like that one? And this is the thing with taking it up a couple of gears. You're not going to land the ball every time. There will be hits and there will be misses. But the intent that Wendelken has approached this game with is the correct one. Just enough height from Wendelken. It might look like a poor miss from Paris, but the reality is that it's not at all. He had to react quickly there. It was a difficult task. Break point again for the top seed. A huge serve from Paris. A few players in the draw, the 8-player LTA British Tour Masters draw, could match him for immediacy behind that serve. So often he's charging in with the serve and volley move. Paris, even if he doesn't have to play the points out, and that just carries that serve a little bit extra, makes it more effective. Oh, that is tough. But at the same time, Paris knows he's had a couple of net chords play into his favour. I'm not sure it's true what they say, that they cancel each other out within a match. But Wendelken might feel like he earned that one. He'll take the fortune and the breakpoint chance. Oh my words. That's an outrage from Wendelken. Unbelievable. He barely made it to that ball. And he's produced placement like that. Scandalous. From the man who turns 21 tomorrow and who will serve for the opening set after this sit down. Shot of the week. Josh Paris cannot give himself any grief there, really. There have been moments in this match where it's been the wrong time to play the drop shot, but that one was about to hit the ground for the second time. Harry Wendelken had other ideas. My goodness. Some way to take the wind out of your opponent's sails.
Time.
It's a huge effort from Harry Wendelken to recover his break advantage. Serving for the set.
15 love.
You imagine he'll feel loose in the shoulders now, Wendelken. Those first 2 points just building the safety net and giving him breathing room. And the first serve coming up clutch when he needs it. Triple set point on serve for the top seed. And there it is. He puts the bow on it. Harry Wendelken, 1 set away from being crowned 2022 LTA British Tour Masters champion. The top seed, the highest ranked player in the draw, just a few spots off his career high ranking of world number 505. With some of the tennis we've seen from him this season, there is potential to go much, much further. As for Josh Paris, he's got to sit down and digest the turnaround at the end of that set. He's got to take the positives. He was right in there. Fought back when he was down, did level up, was not down and out, fell victim to the most extraordinary of passing shot winners from Wendelken at the pivotal moment. You've just got to applaud that. The question is whether he can continue to commit in the face of Wendelken's big moment brilliance in that opening set. The one consolation is that he does get to start this second set on serve of his own making, not by Wendelken's choice this time. Opportunity to apply some early scoreboard pressure. But Wendelken did a pristine job, really, of staying in the moment throughout that set. And there were moments where the agitation could have bubbled over. He didn't let it. Some interesting names on the Roll of Honour at the LTA British Tour Masters. On the men's side, Marcus Willis, he who lobbed Roger Federer on centre court, won the title in 2013. Toby Samuel is defending champion. He won his first 25k level trophy in singles as well this season. Arthur Ferry, who has been on quite the run of form in recent months, was champion in 2020. Wendelken actually saw off a two-time former champion in the group stage when he got the win over Sean Hodkin in straight sets, 6-3, 6-1.
30 love.
It's not easy to flip the switch and just get back to doing what you were doing at the beginning of the match in the face of recent disappointment.
30-50.
And Paris and doing himself a favour, winning the opening couple of points here. As we've seen in this match so far, Wendelken abundantly capable of turning things around. Here he is, Mr. Wheels. And Paris rushing to the net, but getting rushed in response. 3 successive points against him, break point for Wendelken. And he'll say thank you. Forehand firing up. And the top seed back on top. 3 straight games. And the break to open the second set. It's one thing to play quick. It's another thing to rush. And it did seem a little rushed from Paris at the back end of that game. Wendelken had sussed him out, anticipated the direction of the volley, responded. Obvious and understandable frustration for Paris. Very key that he doesn't let that get on top of him. The break will not truly count until it's been consolidated. So Paris has to find a way to dig his heels in. Second serves have to be penalised. You get the feeling that he's feeling a little bit suffocated, Paris. Wendelken's answered all his questions and he just seems a little bit unsure of what to do to trouble. He knows that it's going to be tough to do any kind of damage on the back foot like that. The top seed picking up momentum. can't quite produce the same magic on the run up the court.
2 games to love.
And Harry Wendelken does back up the break. But Paris shouldn't be hanging his head right now. This is on the Wendelken racket, but having broken right at the beginning of the set, it's a long time for him to maintain his focus to the finish line, as long as Paris can keep it to the single break. Wicked angle. And he's got to remember that he did get it back on serve in the opener for 4-all. Bouncing on the balls of his feet, that movement, that positioning around the ball, absolutely essential. It was good to hear that positivity from Paris. It's a package, not just the ground strokes, but the energy, the vibes you're giving off. It can all have an impact. Not exactly going to be celebrating after a moment like that, though. Real opportunity for Wendelken to make his opponent feel the heat now, offered a leg up. And he's smart there, gives himself a little bit more margin, whips up the back of the ball, makes Paris play balls, and gets what he was looking for. Paris has to be careful. Still early in the set, but the double break could prove decisive. Nicely done.
Advantage Paris.
Ferocious. It's been a fearsome wing this week. Rarely mistimed. Even yesterday when he was struggling with the stomach cramps, Wendelken didn't rate his movement. When you're feeling uncomfortable, it's extra motivation to go for that bit more, finish things off more quickly. He was able to do so.
Advantage Paris.
And there's the essential hold for Josh Paris.
2 games to 1.
It was a game like that. A game that looked like it could be straightforward and turned out to be lengthy. That did swing things back in his favour ever so briefly in the opening set. So the next game will be pretty interesting here on court 1 in the second final of the day. Millie Rzecki having got it done in the women's final against Emma Wilson. Over the past 3 days, it's been the Elite 8 players taking part on the men's side and on the women's side. There were 3 ways to take up your position at the LTA British Tour Masters. Either you played enough consistent British Tour tennis over the season to amass enough points to qualify on your own merit, or you won a Premier Tier level event, which results in automatic qualification. There's one of those events actually in a couple of weeks here in Loughborough. Or else you were awarded a wild card. It was Harry Wendelken who was triumphant right at the beginning of the year at that Premier Tour Loughborough event, cementing his spot in the field. And Josh Paris got it done at the Premier Tier event on grass courts in Felixstowe over the summer months. You can fully understand why Paris would fare well on a grass court. The big serve, the desire to come to the forecourt, reach the final round of pre-qualifying for Wimbledon this season as well. These conditions not quite as ideal, but Wendelken is thriving because you'd say that he's one of the most adaptable players in the draw. He's got options. He can attack, he can defend, and he can turn defense to attack. Very complete player, so if he can keep gaining in strength and fitness, there is a lot of potential.
Out. 40 love.
Absolute bullet. And that sends a clear message to the other side of the court. No deja vu for Paris in terms of capitalising on his hard-fought hold. Wendelken putting daylight on the board very quickly. Has another chance to take a look at the return game. It was 30-love up in the opening game of this set. Paris didn't win another point. That was where Wendelken got the breakthrough that's still on the board. Yeah, tough for Wendelken to see from his position, but I think that did clip the outside edge of the tee. Paris coming out on the right end of that slim margin. Oh. I mean, it's tough to fault that in terms of he's committed to coming up the court. He has to keep up the intensity. But he knows that Wendelken is going to be swift to cover. Maybe could have gone for a little more width as opposed to depth on the forehand drive, because all too quickly can things turn around. Back to deuce. Smell blood, Harry Wendelken. He could, the moment Paris missed that forehand drive, he sensed the opportunity, knows his opponent's tendencies, and you can't argue with that backhand up the line, barely bounced. Break point. And a big serve in a big moment. Paris staying alive by the skin of his teeth here. Well constructed by Paris. We've rarely seen him go back behind in this match. But with Wendelken racing to get back central to regain his balance, it's a good option as he looks for ways to outdo his opponent. He will use his momentum on the run, but that time Paris was ready for it. From break point down to game point up here. Now that one will sting a bit. He'd anticipated it. Maybe had a bit too much time there, Wendelken, to think about what to do, but the drop shot can be particularly effective in these conditions, with the coldness seeped into the courts, with the ball not bouncing as highly. Oh, nothing wrong with that. As clear a sign as any that Wendelken isn't about to get tight, even as this game rocks back and forth. You do feel that deuce is not an ideal scenario for Paris with the high-risk tennis. More time for him to come a cropper for a miss. Oh, slots that to perfection.
Advantage Wendelken.
Few can time it better on the run. Harry Wendelken once again with the opportunity to clinch the double break advantage.
Game Wendelken.
And that will do it. Phenomenal passes from Wendelken.
Wendelken leads.
And Josh Paris has
4-1.
reached deep into his bag of tricks. He's put all his options out on the court. Wendelken has had a response the majority of the time. And that's why he leads 4-1 with the double break in this second set. A set to the good. His campaign for the title red hot now. And it's quite the time to be a world-ranked British tennis player. So much success across the board, and we're not just talking about the names at the top, the players who'll be contesting the Australian Open, the likes of Dan Evans and Harriet Dart and Emma Raducanu. We're talking about the players that have been making their mark on the ITF circuit across the season, some of them utilising the events here in the UK. You could name strings of them, and Harry Wendelken is certainly one of those players, and Josh Paris also with a doubles title to his name in the UK this year. You can sense the momentum and how they're feeding off each other. If one can do it, why not all of them? Well, it truly is now or never from Paris end of the court. He is going to have to bank on a little bit of a drop-off from Wendelken, but he's got to make the balls with interest to do so. Given a taste of his own medicine. Absorbing every blow. Wendelken with perfect timing there. And the serve has been firing when it's really been needed. Looking to make this deficit appear insurmountable. And that'll do it. Harry Wendelken backs up the double break. The daylight appears to be fading in this contest, step by step, for Josh Paris to force Wendelken to do it the hard way. Serve by serve now. That's one way to respond. Keep that ball out in front. He will go for broke now, Paris, on the brink. I think Wendelken would be a little less willing to let that one go if the scoreboard wasn't weighted so heavily in his favour. But you reckon he will back himself to get it done on serve, and it looks like that may well be required. And this match is evidence, though, that we can't speak too soon. Paris has been pegged back from this position. Not this time. Too sharp with the first delivery. And that's impressive resolve from Paris. But he was able to just free up there. Can he continue to do so now? He'll have to, in order to really give Wendelken something to deal with. Bit of time to think about what awaits him at this changeover. Upon resumption, the top seed, Harry Wendelken, will be serving for the title. And don't underestimate how tough it can be to be the player to beat in tournaments like this, where a lot of the players don't really have world rankings that do justice to how well they can play. And a lot of players tend to bring their best level and their best fight against higher ranked players when they're the underdog. So Wendelken has been put through his paces this week. And ultimately, each time he's had the final say. Will that be the case again? The ball on his racket. And the LTA British Tour Masters title, one game away. And we can't afford to get passive now, Wendelken. That approach was too central, and he knows it. Doesn't want to leave the window open.
30-50.
His movement, his search, Wendelken, that the court feels that much smaller. He does it time and time again. But Paris isn't done yet. It's great placement. He's sensing the urgency from Wendelken to get it done, anticipating the move up the court, placing the ball accordingly. Still 2 points to the finish line. And now just the one championship point for the top seed. Oh, some way to keep the clash alive. Paris at full stretch. Wendelken as well. Pegged back. Is that enough to plant a seed of doubt? Maybe it is too much on the forehand.
Advantage Paris.
And Paris continuing to swing, continuing to ask the questions. From championship point up to break point down. Wendelken's pace at the back of the court continuously applauded, but that serve is ultimately the bedrock. Big to be able to produce at a moment like that. Just sense that he has enough faith in his ability to wear Paris down, to make him play enough balls, puts him down championship point once again. It's a new name on the honor roll, but it's a name that is becoming very familiar. Harry Wendelken is the 2022 LTA British Tour Masters champion. An impressive week in which he hasn't lost a match. Gets it done with victory over the number 2 seed. Josh Paris fighting at the end there, but ultimately couldn't match his opponent's depth of options and consistency on the day. So Harry Wendelken joins Millie Rzecki in the winner's circle. Trophy ceremony shortly. I'll be heading down to court. It's been Abigail Johnson with you, and I'll be talking to Harry Wendelken shortly to get his thoughts on this match and this week. So stay tuned for that and the presentation. And thanks for tuning in on this final day of action at the 2022 LTA British Tour Masters. Your champions have been crowned, Millie Rzecki and Harry Wendelken.
Before we present to the players, I ask a few thank yous I would like to make. Firstly, our team of
Let's start with the final just now against Josh Paris. Talk us through that one.
It was quite a quick start between both of us. Really getting broken, holding well. And then he played a little bit of a stoppier game for his standard. And then I managed to capitalise on that. But then he obviously broke back in the first. And I managed to break straight back after. And obviously hold him in that first set. And then in the second set, I just felt much more comfortable, a little bit less nervous, kind of a little bit more used to the crowd and everything. And then I managed to play better and get through the match.
You did indeed. You've got the trophy, and you got through every match this week. You played 5 matches, you won 5 matches. I know it's not been the most straightforward week. What are you most pleased with about your week?
I think I'm most pleased with just like the level of consistency that I've been playing. There hasn't really been many ups or downs, other than that one match where I had cramps. But I'm just very happy with my overall base level. It's been very good, and emotionally I've kept pretty under control. So yeah, I'm just happy with that.
You got yourself an early birthday present, 21 tomorrow. How many days off do you get for the 21st birthday?
I have tomorrow off, and then I am back to training on Monday.
It's a rare luxury though, one day, isn't it?
Especially with Hamid, yeah.
Especially with Hamid. Shout out for the coach. Okay, Harry, you won your first pro title this year, a couple of months ago. How does that affect your goals going into 2023? What are the goals at this point?
Obviously I'm defending quite a few points at the beginning of the year still in this year, from the beginning of this year where I made the final and semis. So hopefully I can have a good start to the year and the future's in Britain. And then try and get my ranking up, and then hopefully try and get that ranking up for Wimbledon qualies, maybe a wild card, I don't know. And then try and kind of play challenges for the rest of the year.
A lot of positives to take from this season, and even bigger positives this week. So well done, Harry, and all the best for next season.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I don't know if he's got too much to natter about. Josh.
but I knew, because I've become quite a good player, I knew it.
No, it's all Irish. It's nice.
Yeah, it's nice.
Yeah.
It's good.
Awesome.
I thought you had to say, I knew I had to say
Yeah,
something.
me too.
But at the same time, it's a matter of, I'm going to go here.
Yeah.
And I thought, and I actually thought, I actually have to stop.
Yeah.
And just
It's hard when everyone's watching.
get to a point. I love watching something. Sure. But it wasn't that.
It's nice.
No, it wasn't that, because I loved it. Microphones and stuff and things like that. But it was just nice. His dad and his son before that. Okay, so we went to his wedding in South and it was just as I started doing it.
I think I've known Nigel since I was like 10.
James, thank you very much for that. What we spoke about before, I think Neil will send me your details through or something like that. Thanks. So it was just one of those. No, it's good. I just thought, shit, I'm going here.
It's like he went to pieces.
And I knew beforehand that I might get emotional about it just because it's, you know, because he is sort of quite a unique.
It's a very unique character.
I have to.
Which room?
What? No. Well, you got some